I don't know if it's so much that the identity of this team has shifted, but this is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? Well, I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Okay. Listen,
Ride the D? Ride the D? The defense? Okay.
Yo. What's happening? It is Thursday. I had to check for a second, make sure.
It's been a weird week.
It's Thursday, January 18th, 2024. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
The building has power today. We're very excited. I was happy to see that when I pulled up. I was like, okay, we're going to have at least some warmth in the studio because the day before yesterday, because we were at home yesterday doing the show because we got iced in.
Yeah.
But the day before, the power was out because I guess a tree fell on a power pole. I don't know if you saw it coming in this morning.
Yeah.
All the power poles are still down.
Yeah, I saw one in like a heap.
Yep.
I was like, okay, so that explains it. And then there were all those cones blocking the road.
And did you see why?
Yeah, but okay, the weird thing is, though, is that I feel like it wasn't like that on whatever day, Tuesday,
like the ice
Wednesday,
yesterday made it
or
lower.
Tuesday.
So there's a power cord, a power cable that usually hangs high. I don't know why we're not burying them at this point with all the high trees that we have in this area.
Exactly.
But yesterday I don't remember it being this low, but at this point it's so low to the ground you could touch it.
Right, yeah, and I was driving underneath it like, am I gonna fit?
Because you couldn't drive up the back way to get out, so we got rerouted around to the left. And when I pulled up to the four-way stop, there's a really fat construction guy standing there staring at me, and I didn't even put a signal on or go that direction. He just looks at me and points away. He's like, "Not this way!"
Right.
So apparently that was a live wire that they did not want people anywhere near.
Fair enough.
It's going to take a while to clean all this up, so be patient, and big ups to the guys who are out there chopping trees and clearing the roads.
Oh, yeah.
All those things.
Man.
We really appreciate you. There are more school closures today. We'll get to that in a little bit. There are still icy conditions out there. It's not nearly as bad as it was yesterday. Not even close.
We didn't even tell our kids that they weren't going to school today. Like, we got the text message and the phone calls at 8 o'clock, but you tell a kid they're not going to school, weekend mode. So they're going to wake up thinking they're going to school. But I think a lot of people that have any sort of hills, like my street, the difference between my street and the freeway is
it's night and day for me too, yeah. But I miss that so much. I'm so jealous of your kids. That feeling of having to get up. Like, a lot of the times you would get dressed and then all of a sudden you'd realize school's done.
You'd watch that ticker on the local news and it's just scrolling.
Because back then there wasn't a lot of internet, so mom was just watching like KGW morning, whatever it was, and then the feeling of getting school canceled and it was immediately outside to play in the snow and
it was so
sledding.
great.
And
We used to have the phone tree thing where like parents would call other parents and they had a list of parents that they had to call. So I would always listen for the phone. I'm like, it's 6 a.m. and the phone is ringing. That can only mean one thing.
Oh, that's great. Because, now you get a text message. The parent does. Or, it's in an email and a text and a call.
Yeah.
So back in the day, I was all about looking at that tube TV.
And real fast, Laura, before we get into the news, you grew up in Michigan where it must have been really bad if they canceled school. Because usually I lived there for 2 years and it'd be like 3 feet of snow and your boss would be like, so when are you going to get here?
Yeah, the only reason they would cancel school is if buses couldn't get down the street. So like if school buses couldn't make the journey, then you didn't have to go to school. But otherwise, you're going.
I remember they would be like, are buses on snow route, 2-hour delay or canceled. You had the 3 things. So if we were on snow route, we would have to walk an extra 2 blocks to the school bus.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
But who knows now?
We'll keep you updated with new developments all morning long. We do have Green Day tickets this morning at 7:30. We'll play a game for your chance to see them at Providence Park in September.
Yes.
Yeah.
We also have your chance at $1,000 every single hour. If you miss this hour's keyword, we'll give it to you right after Laura's news.
So as Tanner mentioned, school districts are still feeling the impacts of the storms that hit over the last week. Some are still keeping their doors closed. Portland Public Schools announced yesterday there would be no classes today. Same with Beaverton School District. And other weather-related issues are keeping other schools closed because of burst pipes, downed trees, all that good stuff. Some are just doing like a delayed start this morning, so make sure you check with whatever the school may be to see what the situation is with your kids. The ice is melting quickly south of the Portland metro area. Unfortunately, the colder temperatures are still sticking around for many of us in the Portland area as the gorge continues to funnel that cold air, and more freezing rain is possible tonight. So I know that's not what anybody wants to hear, but be cautious as you are out and about today. Mostly what you're dealing with right now is a bunch of slush. It's pretty gross out there. Yeah. In lighter news, could Tina Fey replace Lorne Michaels as executive producer on Saturday Night Live?
It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Lauren seems to think so, too. He recently commented on who might take over the show when he retires and did confirm that Tina Fey is in the running, but he says there are a lot of other qualified people who are on the show right now as well, so we will see. He did say he plans to stick around with the show for at least another year, so the show's 50th anniversary is in February of next year. Wow. He'll be there until that happens at least. After that, who knows?
Yeah.
But we'll see.
That's crazy.
We'll see what he decides and who his replacement will be.
All right.
More on those stories. 1059thebrew.com.
While you're at the website, put this hour's keyword in for your chance to get $1,000. This hour's keyword is green. Go to 1059thebrew.com right now. As soon as you get there, a box will pop up. Type in the keyword green, and then just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back with $1,000. Portland's Rock Station. 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. You know, you could win $1,000 this morning just like Erica from Oregon City.
Ooh, nice. I was dusting off my rump after falling in the snow when I got the call that I won. This is Erica from Oregon City. I just won $1,000 for listening to 105.9 The Brew.
Oh, yay, yay!
Hey, yeah, and also we can relate. I didn't fall on my rump yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's always today.
There's always today.
In the parking lot, they had cleared the whole thing, and I stepped on the last piece of ice, like the last piece, and my arms did the, but I somehow didn't go down.
Nice.
Well, congrats to Erica. You can win $1,000 right now. Just go to the website, 1059thebrew.com, and enter the keyword green. You have until 7 a.m. this morning to get that keyword in right now. Green to 1059thebrew.com. Drew's got sports coming up next. What do you have?
Blazer game comes down to the wire. We'll tell you what went down.
That's coming up right after Zeppelin. Happy Thursday. It's 1059 The Brew. Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Well, Portland Trail Blazers last night. What melts ice like a blaze, right? So the Blazers did turn the lights on at the Moda Center to get the thing going, and it thawed just enough to get a crowd inside. Now the Blazers, I feel like this season is a reminder that people who go to Blazer games in amidst a season where you had 10 wins are the diehards. They're the ones who bleed red and black, and so I can tip my cap to them. And what did they get last night? But right down to the wire with Brooklyn again. Last time we played Brooklyn, it went to overtime and we beat them. Was our luck to be the same with just a few seconds left when we inbound the ball to Simons?
To make sure to find bodies and be aware of any tip-ins.
Brogdon gets it in for Simons. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Simons for the win. It's gone.
You guys missed those feelings? That feels like Dame time. But Simons is a great player. He's one of the reasons why they felt good about letting go. Well, not good, but okay about letting go of Dame. But a victory for the Blazers as they go to 11 wins. Make a wish. Hoping for that maybe wild card spot or lottery pick. You know, there's a house divided. Dallas Cowboys, I was wrong. They will retain their coach. Mike McCarthy will stay, even though Jerry Jones looked like Dr. Evil ready to behead someone and throw him to the wolves. He will stay another year, which is only appropriate. The guy hadn't lost a home game in 2 years, and they're like, get him out of here. You guys are spoiled. I didn't even get to the playoffs. Finally, Reba McEntire will sing the anthem at the Super Bowl.
Oh, nice.
What do you guys think? Is that all right?
I like it.
A little Reba. And then you also have America the Beautiful by Post Malone.
Oh.
So a whole lot going on.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
It's the face of America now, guys. There's your sports.
Thank you much. You have until 7 a.m. this morning to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 in cash from the Cash Karen. This hour's keyword is green. Log on 1059thebrew.com, enter the keyword green, and you could win $1,000 in cash. Good luck. There is some controversy with the movie The Wizard of Oz.
Uh-oh.
Believe it or not, all these years later, there's controversy. We'll tell you about it right after Sublime. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 1059 The Brew. So The Wizard of Oz came out in 1939.
Whoa.
Man.
1939, that movie came out. I don't remember what year I saw it because I wasn't born until 82, but I do remember the first time seeing it. I was terrified of those flying monkeys, but I loved the movie. I was like one of those things where I couldn't help myself. I had to watch it because I liked being terrified. I liked being kind of creeped out.
It was my mom's very favorite movie.
Yeah.
And
Fly, my pretties!
And so in a time where you had nothing, the main VHS, like the number one, always on top of the TV or on top of the VCR was The Wizard of Oz that had been recorded off television. But it was almost a weekly occurrence
like a go-to.
in my childhood.
Was it on one of those Polaroid VHS tapes that had like the yellow label, yellow orangish label?
I think I remember like those first, it had one of those original tape-on labels, you know, where it was like red and white and had the little ends on it.
Yeah, I remember those too. Those are the good old days. But the movie came out so long ago. It'd be pretty surprising that there'd be some controversy surrounding the movie now.
Because there had already been the massive controversy
with
like
the poppies, right?
No,
was that it?
The suicide.
Well, there wasn't really. They think there was rumors that it was a body in the back of in the scene.
Oh, got it, like hanging.
Yeah,
right?
but it's not.
Yeah, but it was definitely controversy at the time. But
I remember when it came, like the rumor came out, and then you see the image. It definitely looks like a body hanging in the background.
And when you don't have 500 people debunking it on the internet like back in the day, you know, everything, you just kind of had to take it at face value. Like, oh, they killed themselves on the set.
I guess there's a rumor like one of the Munchkins or somebody committed suicide on the set, and then you can see the body hanging in the background of the film.
I had never heard it was a Munchkin, but that's especially dark.
So
some rumor.
Dark. I guess
I had heard it was a crew member, not a little person.
well, you know.
Yeah, well, I guess from what I understand,
rumors.
they weren't treated very well on the set.
Not fair.
I can imagine. Well, if they're called Munchkin.
Well, I'll tell you what, they were some of the most entertaining when I was a kid. I loved when they were in Munchkin Land.
You know, I was just gonna say, like, I don't get them confused, but I put them in the same category. Willy Wonka and Wizard of Oz. I almost called them Oompa Loompas. Like, that's a different movie.
Oh, yeah,
they're Munchkins, not
the Lollipop Kids.
Nowadays, they'd be in the same universe, and they would tie the movies together somehow.
Yeah, they should at this point.
But the movie came out so long ago, it's surprising when you see that there's controversy about it. But Candace Owens,
oh boy,
everybody's favorite, Candace Owens. She's a conservative commentator.
Okay.
And she's very reasonable.
Okay.
And you're being sarcastic.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that?
Yeah, because I'm just trying to put my thumb on who she is. Is she like a Fox Newser or something?
Yeah, I don't know if she's on Fox. I think she just...
I can't remember where she came from,
I think she
to be
must have
honest
the
with you.
internet, an internet show. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where she came from either. But
Let's see.
When you look her up, the first thing it says is at risk of offending everybody.
Yeah, so she says that The Wizard of Oz features a, quote, satanic ritual. And she wants you to be cautious showing your kids the movie The Wizard of Oz because there's satanic imagery and all this nonsense.
Sure. All right. So, well, what specifically is she referring to? Or
She
is it just
says,
everywhere?
well, here, I'll let her say it because I got the clip. If you want to hear her.
Oh, I'd love to.
She's first accusing Dorothy of murdering the Wicked Witch.
I'm going to take you very slowly through what really took place in this scene after, again, Dorothy murdered somebody's sister and then stole her shoes.
Hold on a minute. How did she murder her sister? If a house fell on her.
A house fell on her, right? Yeah.
Well, how did what? It was a tornado.
Yeah. How are you responsible for that? Manslaughter at best.
I'm
going to take you very slowly through what really took place in this scene after, again, Dorothy murdered somebody's sister and then stole her shoes.
A house fell on her. How is it? She didn't murder anybody. She like fell asleep, right? Didn't she fall asleep and like?
And then the whole thing is a dream. First of all,
yeah, it's not even real.
Anyway, she goes on and says that Candace Owens says that the Munchkins musical celebration of the death of the Wicked Witch of the East, who apparently enslaved them in the film, was a satanic ritual. She says that whole thing was a satanic ritual.
The Munchkins are throwing a party while there is a dead person under a house, and they're skipping with Dorothy singing "Ding Dong, the witch is dead." While there's a dead person at center, right? There's somebody that's dead, and they're dancing and saying "Witch, oh witch, the wicked witch." Obviously, this is some sort of a satanic ritual. I want to make that clear. If they're having a satanic ritual, it's the only reason you would have a dead person and dance around them.
Yeah.
Okay, but
It's a different. The movie comes from a different time.
And also,
too.
it's the Wicked Witch.
Yeah.
Like, and we're talking about the Munchkins being satanic.
Yeah, welcome to
it's
Oz,
the
mother.
Wicked Witch.
Yeah,
she's the satanic one, right? Like, she's the one we should have a problem with.
Candace, I don't know who. She can't seriously believe this stuff. I'm assuming she's just trying to speak to the lowest common denominator of a person, and you know,
like, yup.
yeah,
Maybe-
like
it
just
must
getting
have
them
been
all
a-
fired up. I mean, I don't know. She can't honestly believe that nonsense.
I can't imagine. I mean, it must be a slow news day for her, something to be talking about.
She's trying to
The
create some
Wizard of
clickbait.
Oz?
She's trying to create
What?
clickbait.
And I was just telling you guys, Munchkinland, the Lollipop Kids, they were my favorite part. So call me the devil, I guess.
Dude, the scariest part of that movie were those flying monkeys.
Yeah,
That
well,
was all evil, and the witch when she
Yeah.
melted was scary.
Yeah,
Her
it-
voice was scary. Dun, 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 dun.
You pick that lady off the first chance you get. I mean, she's trying to get you.
Right.
I mean, and the first witch, the Wicked Witch that they dance around, if somebody enslaved you for years and then all of a sudden died and you were free, I
Yeah,
think
you'd
you
be
would do
doing the same
backflips.
thing. Yeah. Come on, this is a ridiculous
I mean, the fact
conversation.
that it has to be at every round table in America today, like Wicked Witch. Let me explain to you.
I hope I hope this music is her theme song. This better be Candace's theme song. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show. Totally reasonable arguments that make perfect sense when you think about it. Right?
Am I right?
Yeah,
Oh
there
my
you go.
God.
Candace Owens, everybody. Totally thought out and reasonable
You know
argument.
Such
you know
a
what's
stretch.
scary is that people are listening to her podcast or whatever and like, yeah, you know what? That's true. I never thought of it that way. That's true.
She
She's
seems
right.
like really fun person to have a drink with.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Really pleasant to be around. Oh boy.
Really fun at parties,
Yeah.
probably.
And like to pick which one is satanic, it seems that the Munchkins are an unfair choice. But how about the talking tin can or the scarecrow that comes to life? Those are a little bit closer to another world. These are just little people trying to get by.
Or like Oz himself. Like, what's that about?
He was a dick all around.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Oz had a red dot above his house.
He was the
That guy was a bit of a
sketchiest.
creeper.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, more on that story if you want to watch the video, a full video of her saying all that nonsense at 1059thebrew.com. That's where you can check it out. You have another 20 minutes or so to get this hour's keyword in if you want to win $1,000 in cash from the Cash Karen.
Nice.
$1,000 to pay off some bills, or maybe you damaged your car in this ice storm, like my neighbor, two houses down.
Yeah,
She
you're-
slid into a parked car.
well, here's your deductible. We'll make sure we get something.
Yeah, so some people, $1,000 might not even
Might not
scratch
cover
the
it.
service, but we'll help out a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's
$1,000
something.
Exactly.
It's something.
This hour's keyword is green. So log on, 1059thebrew.com, enter the keyword green, and you could win $1,000. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. In the last segment, we were playing this clip from Candace Owens. She's a conservative commentator who claims that the Wizard of Oz movie, which came out in 1939, features a satanic ritual. It's just a quick little taste of this well-thought-out argument.
I'm going to take you very slowly through what really took place in this scene after, again, Dorothy murdered somebody's sister and then stole her shoes.
Yeah, and then she goes on about,
she's reaching for sure.
The Oompa Loompas, or not the Oompa Loompas. See, you screwed me up, Laura.
I'm sorry.
The Munchkins apparently were having a satanic ritual by singing "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead," all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy stuff. So we were wondering, what the hell is she talking about? We got a couple of talkback messages through the iHeartRadio app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Bing bong.
Bing bing.
So I think is what Candace Owens is doing. I think she's trolling. I think she's trolling the liberals that want to get everything canceled because it was from a different time period, like Pepe Le Pew and what was it, Yosemite Sam and what was the other guy, Elmo Fudd, and all the other cartoons that were made in a different time but getting canceled.
Get him out of here.
I got you. She's just poking fun.
I got it. We got another talkback.
Hey, Tyler here. Yeah, this whole Wizard of Oz being satanic thing, man, that's as good as back in the day. They were saying that, yeah, you shouldn't let your kids watch the Smurfs because it was teaching them satanic lessons.
I remember hearing that. The big one when I was a kid, because I went to church when I was a kid. I went to a Christian school and everything until I was in like the 6th grade or something, 4th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the big one was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It being super evil and violent and terrible for children.
No turtle power allowed at that church.
No way. No way.
Yeah, what do you think's in that ooze? It's just straight up devil goop.
Devil goop.
Anyway, yeah, that's
well,
crazy stuff.
We were allowed turtles, but definitely The Simpsons was kind of like on the fringe. They did not like Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, no Beavis and Butthead, no Simpsons,
no Beavis and Butthead.
No Ninja Turtles. My mom was super strict.
I could see.
Of course,
me as an
I watched
adult,
it anyway, but
like being a old grump, looking back at my kids watching the version of that now, and that guy's going, turn it off,
fire.
Yeah, he's like, why is this funny?
All right, let's see what's trending. So there's a city in California that's considering changing a street name.
All right.
I love the name of the street, but some people do not like it. It's called Poop-a-Nut.
Poop-a-Nut?
Poop-a-Nut Court is actually the name of the street. Poop-a-Nut Court. And some people say that they need to change it because it's offensive.
Well, is Poop-a-Nut, is that somebody's last name? Or like, where did the name come from in the first place?
Yeah, is it like a famous founder of Poop-a-Nut Circle or whatever?
The street apparently has no houses on it. Poop-a-Nut Court, it's a neighborhood that's named after trails, lakes, and other natural features. Poop-a-Nut Valley. Poop-a-Nut is a valley in Yosemite National Park.
Okay, so what, are they going to rename the valley too? I mean, come on.
It's aggressive. I mean, just leave it alone. It's a street name. There's some real dumb ones out there, but that's a street.
Here's people talking about it.
Poop-a-nut?
Poop-a-nut?
I thought it was very strange.
It's a funny name for a street.
Somebody really, really needs to think about a new name.
What's the name?
I'm not saying it.
You know where it is, though.
It's a silly name. Definitely, like, stuck in your head now. I cannot unremember it. Change the name to something less offensive.
Why change it? It's been there for so long.
Offensive.
You can hear the Karen in that woman's voice. Change it to something less offensive.
Poop-a-nut?
Poop-a-nut?
I think it's a great name, Poop-a-Nut.
Change the name to something
offensive
less
about that?
Offensive.
Offensive. I'm offended. Poop-a-nut?
Yeah,
really?
Like, I don't understand why it can't happen. It just seems like, I mean, if there was a Jim Poop-a-Nut and he was a famous judge, they would name a building after him.
I'm so sick of this world. People in this world going, oh, well, I think it kind of sounds offensive, so I think it should be changed for everybody. Just because you think that, that's on you.
Well, and also,
that is your problem.
Like you said, there's no houses on the street. So, like, what's the big deal?
And
Nobody's using it as their mailing address or anything like that.
It's not named after anything dirty. So just because you're ignorant of the facts doesn't mean other people have to be, and doesn't mean that we all have to bend because you're butthurt about it.
And,
Sorry, Karen.
And how is anybody how are you put out at all? Right? Take Karen, for example. Oh, you don't like the street? Okay, you never drive by it. And if you did, God forbid, you just look ahead and keep driving. There are 2 signs on the street, a little one at the top and a little one at the bottom.
Ugh,
it's not a billboard.
Can't stand people like that. I hope that Karen has a very miserable life. Not forever, but just
at least a while.
A strong year of just misery.
I hope one day she has to move on to Poopanaut Court.
Yeah,
that'd be great. That'd
exactly.
be nice payback.
I hope that they build an old folks home on that.
I hope her
that's
daughter.
where she ends up.
Karen ends up there for when she's pooping her pants.
I hope her daughter marries
Poopanaut.
somebody with the last name Poopanut. All right?
There you go.
Poopanut, table for 2.
Mr. and Mrs. Poopanut.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, boy, I want that to happen. You can see that video and much more on the website at 1059thebrew.com. Just click on Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, your next chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Karens coming up right after Collective Soul on The Brew. Happy Thursday. Don't forget, you can send us a talkback message to the iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone. And once you have the Bruce streaming, press the microphone button to record something.
Hey, sorry you guys are still having to deal with all that ice and crap up there. Hey, down here in Lebanon, it's raining and a balmy 42 degrees. So you guys stay safe up there. Love y'all.
It's better now. It's just a slushy mess, but I guess we might get some more freezing rain tomorrow and Saturday.
I was surprised.
Yeah, tonight we're supposed to get more.
Oh, God, tonight.
I still have a lot in my house, especially, but on my car and in the guest parking here, still has a lot of hard ice.
Right.
Like, I didn't even, when I walked in here, my shoes didn't go through it.
I think that I think that might have been
icy.
just in the cold wind last night, too, because yesterday everything was just...
Because mine never defrosted at home.
Really? Because everything was a slush at my house, and then the nighttime came, and then it kind of, like this morning, it was hard again.
The roads were slushy, but like my sidewalk and stuff, no, still
in the
a sheet of
afternoon,
ice.
my kids were sledding in what wasn't even a hill in my backyard. It was still that icy. So maybe it's neighborhood to neighborhood.
Another talk back to the iHeartRadio app. And some kids love slush. Like there's a...
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was like, if there's snow on the ground, like... I was going to try, but then I'd take the sled right into like a mud puddle.
Yeah, or you ground out.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tyler here.
Tyler.
Happy to hear that you guys made it in all safe and sound. Now, if my internet wasn't as slow as a lazy snail, life would be great.
The internet's super slow.
Snails are pretty bad, but then you got a lazy snail. That's super slow.
Can't watch porn like this.
You never get anywhere.
This is kind of interesting and also creepy. I guess maybe this is a creepy segment. A woman pays for her dead hamster to resemble a pole dancer.
What?
Whoa.
Like turned them into what do you call
taxidermy?
those? Yeah, that's it.
Right. Jess Porter Langston. She mourned her pet hamster when he passed and decided to taxidermy little Hamilton, was his name.
Hamilton, cute.
To immortalize him. She did have an odd request. She wanted to turn Hammy into a stripper. Hammy is...
Okay.
So she took him to... So she's got, I guess it's the hamster dancing on a pole wearing a pink thong, and there's miniature balls that, like,
Hold on a second.
kind of like reflect the stage and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we were going somewhere
I
else.
think it's like disco
miniature-
balls. I think like make it look like a club,
Yeah.
This is a lot of work for a hamster.
and expensive. She spent about $200 to have her hamster turn into a
Stuffed stripper.
Listen,
stuffed stripper.
I think if it hadn't have been a real hamster at a certain point, I think it would be less creepy. But the fact that she went out of her way to stuff her hamster and put him on a pole, I mean, come on.
What about the fact they had to go to a house? They had to go to a taxidermist who's like a guy's in there with a bunch of deer heads on the wall, and he's like, "Wait, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Build out a stripper?"
She keeps the hamster, the stripper hamster, next to her bed, like right next to her head.
As a warning to men.
She says, quote, I thought, what was more iconic than a hamster on a stripper pole hustling for money? He needed something special.
I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it, but I probably wouldn't turn a pet into a hamster on a pole. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that'd even be that sad if my hamster died.
Yeah, because how long do hamsters live? Like, what's their life
I don't know,
expectancy?
but
It can't
I'm not
be that long.
I might just flush that thing down the toilet like a goldfish.
You cannot.
Just get rid of
Flush
it.
a
Who
hamster
cares?
down the toilet.
Just a little hamster.
Might be a dumb question, but does anyone taxidermy their house pets?
Some people do.
Like they'll do it. They'll let you keep your dog.
Yeah,
some people.
Some people do. They get super sad and they just want to see it. I think that's creepy as hell. Like when Cooper goes, I'm gonna be super sad about it, and I'm just gonna bury him. And
what do you think about this? I've heard of people also taking the fur from their pets and turning them into like sweaters and scarves.
What
and
about a
things.
throw rug for in front of the fireplace?
that's kind of weird too.
Yeah.
I don't know about that either. The thought of that I don't like.
Oh, but he has such a nice coat.
Yeah.
Don't let it go to waste. If Tanner came in here in a Cooper vest, though, we'd weird
Oh my
it out.
God, it'd be so fluffy.
And wouldn't it shed? Or I guess if they figured out a way to get it to stick.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I'm not sure how that works.
The hair would go bad after a while.
You have to like brush it out.
It reminds me of the old days when I brushed my shirt.
No, I'm just gonna. I think I'll put Cooper. I'll do one of those Viking funerals, and I'll put Cooper on a little raft.
Rather than shoot flaming arrows.
Just make sure your archer is well trained. You don't want to be there all day.
Seen a Game of Thrones, very embarrassing. All right, here in a few minutes, we've got more tickets to go see Green Day. They're going to be at Providence Park on September 25th. I also heard they're going to be doing 2 full albums during these shows.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing Dookie and American Idiot, if I am correct.
Whoa.
But there's songs from some of the other albums that I still want to hear.
I'm sure they'll play their hits.
You think they'll do the Time of
They're
Your Life?
doing the album. That's
Yeah, they'll
interesting.
play good. Well, what album was Good Riddance on?
It was that Nimrod album, I think.
Oh,
And it
okay.
was like their only song on that album that was
Yeah.
good.
Maybe that's an encore.
Could be.
It'd be perfect timing to get to my car because I don't care
exactly.
about that song.
You got to scoot.
All right.
Dodge a couple of dumps. It is Providence Park.
We'll get you the tickets here in about 20 minutes. Hang on. All right, you have until 8 o'clock this morning to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 in cash, just like Mark did this morning. Oh, but the bride's dad's supposed to pay for that, isn't he?
Well, in hopes.
Yeah,
if they're able to.
If they can, keep that money for yourself if you can.
Yeah, but I mean, you still got to buy them a gift. And, what if it's a
get
destination wedding? You got to get there. You got to buy the suit. Weddings are expensive.
I hate that destination wedding nonsense. I have to go to Hawaii for your wedding?
Well, I mean,
it's crazy. I mean, I'm sure it's
there
going to be
are
nice.
worse places.
But even when
it's
like,
just expensive.
Even when they're like, hey, it's in Sun River. Oh, here's the hotels. And then you get there and you're like, oh, it's $400 a night. Oh,
nice,
nice.
Okay.
We might as well just go to Hawaii.
You're like, I don't even have a suit. Oh, I'm going to buy a whole suit. Okay.
Yeah,
a lot of that stuff happens to me every time.
This hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 for whatever you want to spend it on is bonus.
Bonus.
Log on to 1059thebrew.com right now. As soon as you get there, a box is going to pop up. Type in the keyword bonus, and then just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back in minutes with the cash. All right, Drew's got sports coming up here in minutes. What do you have this morning?
The Blazers make us feel something we haven't felt in a long time, and I think you're going to like it.
That's coming up right after STP. Happy Thursday. 7:25 on the Brew.
Well, last night, the Portland Trail Blazers were hosting the Brooklyn Nets at the Moda Center. Things thought out just in time to get the job done. And when the Blazers show up, they look like a whole different team. Jeremy Grant had 30 points, and we were all tied up with just a few seconds left in the game when an inbounds play went to Anthony Simons.
Oh, here it is.
To make sure to find bodies and be aware of any tip-ins.
Brogdon gets it in for Simons. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Simons for the win. It's
Let's hear that sound, not just the sound of a Dame Time style moment, but also that's a crowd that's not full, but those are diehards. And diehards make it sound like the place has got people overflowing out the exits. These are the people who should be able to afford tickets all year long when we're having a crusher of a season. But so the Blazers do win 105-103 and now have an 11-29 record. They play again on Friday against the Pacers. The Dallas Cowboys will retain Mike McCarthy. The head coach will be back for a 5th season with the team. Jerry Jones said, hey, continuing with this coach and his leadership is the best move right now. These coaches that just get flipped over every couple of years, they don't tend to win championships. You have to give them time to build, so Mike McCarthy will have another year in Dallas to get the job done. And finally, we'll see if McCarthy and the Cowboys are able to get to the Super Bowl next year, but today it is not their day. They're out, but the Super Bowl has decided Reba McEntire will sing the anthem. Nothing more American than her. And they're all sticking with the same theme. They're going with a lot of face tats for America the Beautiful. Post Malone.
Huh.
Yeah, and then it looks like Andra Day or Andra Day.
Andra Day. Andra, yeah, I don't know.
Will rock the Canada song.
Oh, I didn't know she was Canadian.
I think that's what she's doing. I mean, there's 3. Actually, no, I take that back. Lift every voice and sing. No idea
so like
what that
the
is.
gospel rendition of the.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to Canada.
I was gonna say, what is one of the teams in the Super Bowl this year Canadian?
There's your sports. I don't think we have Canadian teams.
I don't think so either.
All right, coming up next, we've got some Green Day tickets to see them at Providence Park in September. If you want to go, you got to be caller 10 because we're going to play real news or fake news coming up next.
Yeah.
866-445-1059 is the phone number. That's 866-445-1059. We'll do that after Tom Petty on The Brew. We are streaming video in real time online at 1059thebrew.com, or it's probably easier to just go to our Facebook or Instagram pages.
Yes.
At 1059thebrew. It looks like Drew's camera just went off.
It just
If you heard
showed
that
me
beeping.
a sign I've never seen. It said "Warning: Too hot" with like a different picture, and then went nuke.
Oh, Drew, too hot to handle.
I think
Nice
I think
equipment
it's-
here.
I think it's temp camera on the camera, not what it's looking at.
Okay.
Well, we do have Green Day tickets. We've been giving them away all this week for that show coming up in September. Let's play this. I'm going to read off some news headlines. Some are real. Some are completely made up by us. You just got to tell us which is which to win the Green Day tickets. Which, by the way, they're going to be doing 2 full albums at the show at Providence Park. It's going to be great.
How
they're doing
long?
that.
I mean, I know they got a lot of shorter songs, but 2 whole albums. How long does that take?
I think you probably get through it pretty quick. I mean, usually those albums are, 30 minutes, 35, 40 tops.
Oh, okay.
I
They're
would
pretty
say
quick.
even if they're 45, it's an hour and a half. And normally I feel like headliners play for a
Like
couple
2
of hours
hours.
anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And it's an outside show in the summer. I bet
it's going to be so great.
it's going to go a little long. yeah.
I'm going to be so well-oiled, I'm not going to remember much of it.
Yeah, right.
I'm asking for a friend.
I'll be lucky to remember any of this.
Yeah.
How tossed I'm going to be. Laura will be sober because she's still not drinking this year.
That's true.
Can
That
we
is a
ride?
good point. Thanks for pointing that out.
We don't like a ride.
Just a
please.
bummer to hang out with.
Nothing to ruin your concert experience like sobriety.
Sobriety. Let's meet our contestant this morning. He's calling from Scappoose. His name is Josh. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How's the roads in Scappoose today?
Scappoose.
A little sketchy on the side roads, but the highway's fine. So
That seems to
good.
be the way it is everywhere. The roads, the back
Yeah.
roads are really what's bad. You know, like my neighbors have been pretty much locked in their house for the last 5-6 days, except for a few people going to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm coming to work, but I saw my neighbors out yesterday because my neighbor's son is he's very sick, and so they have to take him to the hospital.
Sure.
Like for checkups and just routine,
Required
examinations.
Can't miss those appointments.
And yesterday they wanted to make sure that they got there because it's a
Yeah.
serious thing. So they're shoveling. They were just out there shoveling the street, like the actual street, because we don't
Yeah.
get plows back there. So
Right.
Man, and yesterday was just a wreck.
yeah,
You know, it's getting a little better now, but it was treacherous. So I'm glad they were able to get out and get back.
the front of my house looks really nice because of Jeff. Jeff
Yeah,
cleaned
exactly.
the roads. Thanks, Jeff.
Nice.
A lot of putting his back into it.
Yeah.
Jeff, what a guy.
All right, remember, some of these are real, some are fake. You just got to get at least 3 out of 5 to win the Green Day tickets. So it's pretty easy, right, Josh?
yeah, sounds good.
All right, it's time to play real news or
Fake news.
real or fake, brother. Footage captures snake in a plane's overhead bin.
Ugh.
True.
Is that a true story?
Oh my God! Was it a
Alright.
pet or a accidental snake?
I'm
on a
not
plane?
sure if it were a
People are
pet.
idiots, and they're like, I can bring this.
It's my
Yeah,
carry-on.
probably. Let me find out real fast.
It fits under the seat in front of me, so it's fine.
It was a non-venomous snake.
Okay, that's good.
It doesn't say here in
It
this
doesn't
story.
say if it belonged to anybody.
No one's
Yeah,
gonna own
yeah,
up.
here the mystery remains on how the snake got onto the plane.
Man,
So they don't know.
it's crazy.
Real or fake, Josh? 2 astronauts make history marrying while floating outside the space station.
Fake news.
Is that a fake story? Yeah, that's fake. By the way, that International Space Station movie comes out tomorrow. I'm super excited about it.
Oh yeah,
They're on the
we get-
space station and they see like nuclear bombs drop.
Oh man,
Like a
and wait,
nuclear
it's
war,
like an
huh?
American and a Russian.
It's 3 Americans
Is it-
and 3 Russians on the International
Okay.
Space Station, and then they're forced to fight
chaos ensues.
to take control of the
Yes.
ISS. I can't wait to see that. Real or fake?
2-0.
Scientist gets levitated 6 inches off the ground after recreating fizzy lifting drink from original Willy Wonka film.
Fake news.
Is that a fake story? Yeah, that's a fake story.
That would be awesome.
That was
though.
real.
Badass,
I'm
right?
getting us some.
Real or fake? You get one more right.
Wait,
This-
didn't he?
He's got
He
it.
won.
He's done.
he's
Sorry.
it?
3-0.
Oh, hey, look at that, brother. You just got Green Day tickets.
Bing, bing, bing.
Hey, thank you guys.
All right.
Now I'm dying to know what that next question was, though.
All right. Woman has, we talked about that already. Guy's fart prank goes wrong when pants catch on fire.
Yeah, I think that's
That sounds real. True.
yeah.
Yeah, that is real.
This guy's the
Yeah,
Iron
dude.
Man. He's hitting it all.
Yikes.
There you go. 4-0.
All right, dude, hang on. We'll get you those Green Day tickets, and we'll see you at the show and enjoy your $18 beer because I'm sure they're going to be cranked up at that concert.
Heck, Laura can give him a ride home, too.
Thank you guys so
Okay,
much.
wow.
Yeah.
Not
Get the van.
everyone's DD. Come on.
All right, we'll have another pair of tickets tomorrow. You have another chance at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword for your shot to also win $1,000.
Nice.
This hour's keyword is bonus. Go to 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword bonus to score $1,000.
Last night, ODOT did reopen Interstate 84 from Troutdale to Hood River. However, freezing rain is set to return to the Columbia River Gorge and possibly a few other areas tonight. So be cautious of that. The interstate had been closed for more than 30 hours because of the storm, but as of right now, it is reopened. Over the past 20 years, Americans have paid almost $300 billion in overdraft fees, which with the average fee coming in at about $35, but that could be about to change. A proposed rule change from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would drop overdraft fees to as low as $3 each. Banks, of course, don't love this idea. The Consumer Bankers Association has criticized the proposed rule, saying that costs to banks have not been appropriately considered. If approved, the rule would go into effect in October of next year. We'll see if that happens. And finally, the FAA is expanding its investigation into Boeing's 737 MAX 9 quality control. The probe, of course, comes after that door flew off the Alaska Airlines flight a couple of weeks ago. The FAA says it's now looking into the contractor Spirit Aerosystems, which builds the aircraft's fuselage. Boeing says this week that in effort to increase transparency, it will welcome the FAA's plan to step up oversight of the company. By the way, those lawsuits have started coming. Six passengers are suing Boeing in a proposed class action lawsuit, and there will probably be more to come.
Yep.
More on those stories, 1059thebrew.com.
Thank you very much. Your next chance at $1,000 from the Cash Karen is coming up right after Pink Floyd. Listen for that keyword. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. All right, this morning we were talking off the air about items that we've had to use as ice scrapers in our cars.
Yeah.
On our cars because, most people probably don't have ice scrapers here in the Northwest.
But yeah, I will say yesterday I was texting with a friend who mentioned to me that he did not have an ice scraper. And I was like, I'm at Fred Meyer. I'm going to buy you one right now because you need to have an ice scraper. I walked down to Automotive, 0 ice scrapers. They were all sold out.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Laura, because I think it was either for my birthday or Christmas you got me an ice scraper, which has come in very handy.
You kept talking about how you were using like a 3 Doors Down CD
Breaking
case.
Benjamin.
Okay.
It was a Breaking Benjamin CD case that I was using for an ice scraper. And even when I lived in Detroit, and I lived there for 2 years, and it snowed, I think, every week for the entire time I was there. And, you were supposed to have an ice scraper, and I still didn't have one.
Well, like snow is one thing. Like you can manage if you have some snow on your car.
It's
but
'cause that was just
ice,
powder,
It's
yeah.
like you need an ice scraper.
Once it freezes to it, you're totally screwed.
There was one time in Detroit, I had like a pair of shoes in my car, like some old DCs that I used to wear.
Yeah.
And I used one of those. I think I used a left shoe to scrape snow off my car.
do what
The
you
left
gotta
is the
do.
best for that.
in Detroit. What have you used for an ice scraper in the past? Or maybe you just used it recently? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text message on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. Drew, you have an ice scraper, I'm sure, but...
I do, but I've definitely made the mistake of leaving it in the vehicle. Because then when the car is frozen shut and you can't get past the wall of ice, you find yourself in a predicament. But honestly, most of the time, I end up using my bare, cold-ass hands because I don't have anything else. When I come out of my house is locked, and I'm in the wind.
Yeah. Use your fingers to scrape it off?
Yeah, that's how I got it off this last time.
Damn.
A lot of times I have to sit in the car long enough to get a wet edge. And once you get a wet
Right,
edge,
and then you can kind of peel it
and
away.
pull it away in a sheet. But that also doesn't work when it's too cold.
Yeah.
Yes, Beefwater.
I started doing this yesterday, this same thing, because my car was just a casing of ice. So I started that way. Then I had to go and get some of the rubber bottom gloves, which was helpful, but still not insulated, so my hands are still cold.
Yeah.
But then I've established the Swiffer. It's got that rubber mat, right? You take the chunk off of there, and then you can get it up under it and pop it a little bit.
Really?
Work like a charm.
Okay.
Buy a Swiffer.
I've got one. It's not a bad
Beefwater
idea.
is just the dude with his Swiffer trying to
there.
scrape
That's
the
today's,
ice off his
that's today's
car.
Beefwater hack.
It's
Yeah.
rubber, so you don't have to worry about it scratching your car. Be
Right.
gentle about it, but it gets just under there, and you can pop those chunks out.
I'm a
and-
little worried
All right.
about weight of ice, and I mean, what's the structural integrity of a Swiffer?
Yeah, I could see you breaking that
I could
thing
see
right
it.
in half.
I mean, I buy
Blowing
the
it in
extra
half.
tough kind because I scrub hard.
I'll go to the phones here in just a second. I see people on the phones, but I saw so many videos of people taking mallets and hammers to their
No,
car.
not a good idea.
I can't
Not a good
believe
idea.
it. I saw so many videos, which, by the way, there is a great blog post right now on our website at 1059thebrew.com of some of the best videos from this ice storm. Trees falling, people falling on the ground.
I fell yesterday.
Did you really
in
fall?
the Target parking lot.
Nice, right in front of everybody.
Right in
Water
front of some
on
people.
ice.
100% somebody filmed me. 100%.
Really?
I'm just waiting for it to show up somewhere.
So did you fall in like a slush puddle or just...
No, I fell in what looked like a perfectly cleared sidewalk.
Really?
Yeah.
It just had ice on
Yeah,
it?
it was like a cartoon. It was like...
Yeah,
and
did
I
you
was
fall
down.
hard? Did you hit it
No,
hard?
I tried to control it. Like I felt it happening, but there was
Yeah.
nothing I could do about it. And I tried to ease it down.
Yeah, but I feel like the correction when you feel it happening, that's the funniest part,
Yeah.
especially when you still go down.
But you still got a coin flip. Like I was telling you guys, I went into wiggle mode this morning, and I was like, I actually thought in my head, oh, I'm in the clear. And the last step, it went, whoa. And I was all over the place, but then it just stopped.
What have you
Got lucky.
used for an ice scraper? 866-445-1059. Let's go to, is this Michael?
No, this is not Michael,
Oh.
but you've had me on the air for a while, actually.
All right. Good morning.
You pushed the button a while ago. Good
yeah,
morning.
but I didn't turn you on though. So.
We weren't ready for you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, it was cool. But my dad, we're from the Upper Peninsula in Michigan, and we had a little piece of PVC pipe, and our windshield was just like frozen. And he just tapped it a couple times, and we were able to scrape the whole entire thing. Easy peasy.
Really?
So just give it a little tap, tap,
Okay.
crack the ice, and then go for it.
Yeah.
You did. I heard
Yeah,
that
it was awesome.
a thing going around the internet, but people from the Midwest and places like you guys have lived, that pouring hot water on it is the single worst thing you can do.
You crack your
crack your
window.
windshield.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was
You
just
will
thinking of that.
explode your windshield.
Yeah,
you
don't
will
do that.
blow your windshield out.
I like
and
when you
everybody's been
can-
doing like the Ziploc bag thing too. Don't do that either. That's not.
What's the
ideal.
Ziploc bag?
Oh yeah,
Follow
I
a
think
Ziploc
you just fill the bag full of hot water, right? Is
Yeah,
the idea?
same concept. It's no, don't do it. My
All right.
stepsister did it and smashed her window. And I mean, granted, it was hilarious, but not ideal.
I like it when you can just roll your window down and punch the ice out.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
saw
like.
some people doing that yesterday.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your call. I don't know who Michael is on your caller ID, but
That's my dad.
Oh, Michael's my husband.
Oh,
No, okay, that makes more sense. That's
All
my
right.
husband. Okay.
Oh, it took you that long to put all that together?
Out of all the
Yeah,
names
he
they could have,
existed.
out of all the names they could have threw out,
Yeah,
they threw out my
forgot
husband's
that.
name.
It's hard. Current husband.
Yeah, it's my husband's name. It's my dad's name. Brother's name. Yeah, no.
Oh my
no idea who that
God!
man is.
My brother, husband, and father. All right, thank you. We appreciate it. And your name's probably Michelle or
Yep.
something.
Mikkel.
Mikkel. Yeah. All right.
Nah, it's Lacey.
All right.
Far off.
Thank you, Lacey. We appreciate it. Oh, sorry.
I bet.
I was done with her anyway. Let's go to line one. Is this is this Joseph? I'm just going on caller ID today.
Hey guys, yeah, this is Joseph.
What up, dude? What'd you use for an ice scraper?
So I've used this quite a few times, but a gas cap works really well.
A gas cap.
I can see
I guess when you have
that.
nothing.
Mine's attached to the
mine
actual
too.
car. I couldn't even take it off. But do you just have like a spare rolling around in your back seat or something?
Well, no, if you go and pop open your gas tank, you got that little part that you have to screw open, and mine is not attached to the actual vehicle. And a long time ago, I saw in a commercial there was this weird ice scraper that was in this shape of a circle. And so I just tried it, and sure as hell, it worked out really well.
Wow.
Nice.
All right.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I didn't know
not for like the ice that we had yesterday, which was just ridiculous, but like your general frost, you know what I mean?
Sure, that makes sense.
I wish
Appreciate
mine had a cord on it, and maybe it's my car's a little older, but you have to take the gas cap off and then you set it on like a little spot where it stalls out.
Yeah,
but
until you
that's
forget to put it on one day and
exactly.
it flies off
if
your
it's
car.
on a party cord, it's never going to be gone.
0739 on our Lazy Boy text line says, I have an ice scraper in the car, but I found other things that work better. Definitely a CD case. I usually just bring out hot water. We just said that that's not a good idea.
Yeah, you've been playing roulette with your windshield.
Yeah.
This person says, I used my can of ZYN nicotine pouches. What is that?
Zyn.
Zyn nicotine pouches.
Those are a big deal right now.
Apparently they used those this past weekend to scrape the ice off. That was Cody.
Same idea as the gas cap. It's that whole circle scraper. I've seen it on the internet. $31.99.
What have you used for an ice scraper? 98197 is our Lazy Boy text line. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. And you've got until 9 o'clock this morning to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 in cash, just like Brian did today. This hour's keyword for your chance at the 1,000 from the Cash Karen is credit. Log on, 1059thebrew.com, enter the keyword credit, and then just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back within minutes with $1,000. Good luck. Drew's got sports coming up next. What do you have?
The Blazers doing stuff we haven't seen a lot of this year. I think you're going to like it.
That's coming up right after Lenny Kravitz. It's 8:26.
The Portland Trail Blazers definitely have some quality pieces moving forward, hoping that some of those key assets don't get traded right before the deadline, because someone like Jeremy Grant, if he had Damian Lillard or other superstars around him, would be so dangerous. 30 points for him last night, but he is with other stars. Anthony Simons has emerged as one himself, and Amp did exactly what he does best when he had just a few seconds left. Game tied with the game on the line.
To make sure to find bodies and be aware of any tip-ins.
Brogdon gets it in for Simons. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Simons for the win. It's good.
Huge moment for them as the Blazers get their 11th win of the season. They'll get a chance to rest here at home for a bit as things thaw out, and we'll have the Pacers tomorrow night in Rip City. Also, the Dallas Cowboys will retain their head coach, Mike McCarthy, and he is a lucky man after getting blown out in his playoff game. The fact that he hadn't lost a home game in 2 years probably played into it. He will return for a 5th season. And finally, I'm not sure there could be a better pick for the national anthem than Reba McEntire. Now, she is getting a little older. Hopefully her voice holds up, but it is, if any song she can sing, it would be that one. Post Malone will also be there as he will sing America the Beautiful, and rounded out by Andra Day singing Lift Every Voice and Sing.
Lift every voice and sing. You know it.
It seems very church for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, very gospel-esque.
I mean, you'd think I would take communion and not some 7-layer dip, but whatever. There's your sports.
Thank you much. This hour's keyword for your chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Karen is credit. You have until 9 o'clock this morning to get that keyword into 1059thebrew.com to win $1,000. It's credit to 1059thebrew.com.
Yeah.
All right, coming up in a few minutes, we want to know, what did you use for an ice scraper when you didn't have an actual ice scraper?
Mm-hmm.
I used the case to a Breaking Benjamin CD.
That works.
Oh, yeah.
Good CD. And
Even better ice scraper.
Yeah, it's pretty good ice scraper, too. So, more of your calls coming up after AC/DC. Happy Thursday. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew. Yeah. Want to know this morning, what have you used for an ice scraper instead of an ice scraper? I had to use a Breaking Benjamin CD case. I've had to use, in the past, I've had to use like a tennis shoe. All I had was like an extra shoe in the back seat.
Yeah.
And I used that to scrape the snow off. But that luckily was powder, so it was really easy.
Like ice on ice crime, you can do that too. Like mine was coming off in shards, like triangle shards, and they were so thick that you could bang them into other shards in order to loosen them.
There is nothing more satisfying, I think, than once you get like one piece of ice off, just like putting your scraper under it, and then it just clears the rest of the windshield.
Hi, it's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. What have you used instead of an actual ice scraper?
I've used a lot of weird shit because I have ADHD, but
you can't say the S word on the air. You can't say the S word. She said she uses a lot of weird S
because of her ADHD. So she's it causes a potty mouth too. It's a side
try
effect.
not to curse and explain to us why you used everything but an ice scraper.
Well, so I've used whatever I just find in the car. So like last winter, I used a chopstick.
Oh, I hope that was a strong. Was it a wooden chopstick or like one of those metal ones?
It was a wooden chopstick.
It's taking you
It was a
forever,
wooden
though.
chopstick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long ride.
Yeah, it worked though. It worked. So like, whatever you find that works is what works with ADHD, Like I can't find an ice scraper to save my life. So like whatever you find.
All right.
Chopstick. And I mean the friction alone, I guess, is what's getting it done for her.
Thank you for the call.
Well, there was like a layer of snow and then there was like ice on top of it, so it like got underneath and like it worked.
Right.
Just got a stroke in the wood.
We got some text messages on our Lazy Boy text line at 98197. This text message comes from 3064. They say, I've used a credit card to scrape the ice off my windshield.
I have too.
And so is the person from 7128. They say they've used a credit card to scrape the ice off. I think I've definitely used...
I've used my ID now that you mention it because it's thicker, it's more durable.
I've got a card in my wallet that's like, maybe it was like a library card or something. It was just the thicker one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The stronger one. I didn't want to break it.
Well, and now they're making like those metal cards.
I like those.
Yeah, so I feel like those would work.
That would
really
help
well.
out for sure.
Yeah.
This one says, hey, it's Dirty Harry. Yesterday I used a puffy knife and a rubber mallet to de-ice my car. I saw so many people using mallets, and I just think that that's not a good idea.
The putty knife isn't such a bad idea, but when you add the mallet, that becomes a thing. Because the putty knife is it's basically a mini ice scraper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But adding a mallet, I don't understand why you would ever dent your car.
Happens when you take a layer of paint off your car.
Well, you know what? One time when I was in college, there was a water main break, and it blew up on my little Chevy Cavalier.
Yeah.
And it was freezing outside. So there was probably an inch thick of ice covering my car. And I was like, I'm just going to kick this ice off. So I started just like kicking my car, put the biggest dent in my car. I mean, it got the ice off.
Is this your car? Not the one you have now?
No. This is
These
ages
are all
ago.
new dents.
Oh, those are all different. Okay. Because there's dents on every single side of Laura's car.
That was her being a soccer player. These dents are from her driving.
Yeah, it just looks like a bunch of people just came up and kicked it.
Not true.
It's like her Jeep got jumped by other Jeeps.
It does. Did it get jumped in?
Yeah, like in a gang war.
At least it has cred.
Honestly, you must bump into things like an old person and
I
not know
got
it.
rear-ended one time.
What's the one on your right side?
I don't
There's a
have
big
one
dent on the right side of your Jeep.
No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
Wait, show me.
And the one in the back.
The one in the back. The one in the back.
She has a
I
rule.
know where I got
Only
it from.
reverse with your eyes closed.
I got it.
The one on the right side that you don't know about, I was trying to help get that ice off your car on my way in.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Do a little
Casey. I
3-4
appreciate
kicks.
that.
Someone sent a text and said CD cases are awesome. They are. They are really handy, especially if it's a crappy CD. You're like, this band sucks.
Right.
Use them.
And if you do like the CD, you just lay the CD on the seat and you beat up the case.
This dude, listen, this guy from 9760 said, I used a flattened beer can.
It's this round. It's the round mound of shutdown. I mean, that's a third person who's used a circular item.
Is he using the bottom or the edge?
I don't know.
I would guess the circle bottom. You crush it flat and then just catch an edge there. But I would.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess that's not going to scrape your windshield.
I also feel like it depends on the thickness of the ice. Like the ice I had on my car yesterday
happening.
wasn't going away with a flattened beer can.
And the can. Some of those seltzers cans, like some of those
not a lot of integrity.
It's not going to
there.
work. This person has used, they used a plastic wood splitting wedge. to scrape the ice off of their vehicle.
Anytime we're using something that resembles a hammer, a hatchet, an axe, this is a body. This thing has a paint job. I'm not going to a body shop on my own doing. I would rather stay inside.
Yeah.
Well, this looks like some breaking news in terms of the weather, breaking news regarding the weather. It does look like...
Usually there's not breaking news when it's like, it's going to get nice outside.
No,
it's paddleboard weather.
It looks like the Oregonians reporting right now that freezing rain could return to Portland and Vancouver early this afternoon.
Wow, since we were just talking about this a few minutes ago, right?
Yep.
That timeline that I said, well, be careful by 2 p.m., that just got moved to 11 a.m.
Yeah.
And
what?
It's saying we're going to be below freezing at 11 a.m.
It's weird though, because my phone it says in Tigard it's going to be 36 degrees today.
Let's see.
And mixed with like slush, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the apps are funny. Yeah, it told me it was snowing for 2 days straight over the last 2 days, and it was just raining. But my app said it was snowing.
See, my iPhone says it's going to be where Tanner says it is, but weather.com says, or Weather Channel says otherwise. So who
normally if it's in the 70s or 80s, you're like, well, a couple degrees isn't a big deal. When a couple degrees when it's in the 30s is a big deal.
Makes everything.
All the difference.
And so that's why I'm looking at it. Like this morning, I woke up and it said 33, and I was like, yes.
I know.
Yeah, because that
Yes,
one degree might be the difference between whether we're here together or stuck at home.
Yeah, and yesterday was fine. It's just frustrating because like I feel like I'm just at my house. I'm not fully dressed. I didn't shower yesterday when we did the show. I just got up and went into my basement and did the show.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's like, and then like I was extra tired yesterday because
I went to bed at like 8:30 last night.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I was like, I didn't do anything all day. I just sat here.
I'm beat.
And Casey, you were trapped in your house. Today's the first day you've been out since Friday.
Yeah.
And you were going crazy. You kept bitching about it. Like every time I spoke to you, you were bitching about it.
Yeah, I felt like I was
kind
on
of
house
annoying.
arrest. You know what I mean? Like, I am an on-the-go kind of guy. Like, I'm out and about. I'm doing stuff. I'm running errands. I don't hang out and just sit around. So it's not an ideal situation for me. And when I know I can't do it, it adds to the pressure of like, aha, you're stuck now, sucker.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I definitely was getting cabin fever.
real.
Stuck in that house for so many days. I only left to go to Safeway once and here one time in 5 days.
Did you, Casey, Beefwater Bay? I know Drew did, but did you shower during this time, or did you just say?
Oh, of course I showered. I'm not an animal.
Okay.
Got hot water. Did I shower as often as I normally? Like when I got up in the morning, I didn't take a shower. Like I would take a shower maybe later on in the afternoon.
You just have to marinate in it for a while, you know.
I'm on casual time.
Well, there was one day where my parents called me up at the beginning of the ice storm, and they're like, hey, we'll come pick you up. We have no power. We're going to go to your brother's. And I'm like, I don't think I can come. They're like, why? I haven't taken a shower. They're all, it's 7 p.m. Well, it's been a day.
That's it.
Tell that to my armpits.
Everyone needs those days once in a while.
Right.
All right, this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 is credit. Go to 1059thebrew.com to win. Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We were asking people this hour what they were using to scrape ice off of their car instead of an actual ice scraper because, up until Laura got me one for my birthday, I didn't have one.
Yeah, I feel like it's a necessity. Just throw it in the back of your car. Keep it in there all year.
Every time I reach for that thing now, and I, because Laura gave me the nice one.
It's
long,
industrial.
Yeah, and it's got like
got the broom.
It's got a broom thing on it.
Oh
Like,
yeah, you
it's
gotta
really
get
good.
the broom.
And so when I reach for that, I go, "Why did I go so long without having this? This is such a brilliant piece of equipment." And so a lot of people in Oregon don't have ice scrapers though. So we were wondering what we're using instead of an actual scraper.
Yeah, you're out there hitting your windshield looking like you're one of the assistants in a curling competition. Sweeping and scraping and sweeping.
For real.
This guy though, and I guess they do have this stuff. This text from 4528 says, "Don't use an ice scraper. Use the yellow de-icer spray. It's life-changing."
So this is the stuff I was talking about to you guys when Laura's door was stuck open.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I spray that stuff in the keyhole.
Yeah, but you also just spray it around the door frame or across the top of the windshield, and it'll run down. Do I actively have some by the door? No, but it does work well.
I sprayed some in the, my new 4Runner doesn't have a keyhole spot, but
Oh yeah.
but the old one did, and yeah, I would
works
just
wonders.
squirt it in there, and I never had a problem after that. But I didn't realize I could do that on the windshields too. I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe I will get some of that because we're expecting more freezing rain today. Earlier we were reading that it was going to be this afternoon, but now we're reading 11 a.m.
What happened? Was there like a low pressure zone kicked in some
Every
cold
time I
air?
check the weather, and I've been checking it, I don't know, every 10 minutes or so, every 15 minutes, it changes literally every
The next
15
time
minutes.
it's going to be an hour ago. It's already.
It already happened.
It's happened.
Yeah.
It's
Like
here.
we're stranded here, you guys.
You're in a freezer.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna go get some of that yellow de-icer spray. I think after the show.
And that
That's a good
de-icer,
idea.
it has a little scraper on the can too.
Oh, nice.
So you spray and then
Perfect.
you scrape with the can.
Dual action.
All right, coming up in a little bit, comedian Craig Gass is going to be at Bossa Nova Ballroom this weekend. We're going to talk to him in a few minutes. But here in about 3 minutes, you're going to have another keyword for your chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Karen. As soon as you hear it, you got to log on to 1059thebrew.com to win. Portland's Rock Station 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Craig Gass, the comedian's going to be, he's in studio right now.
Yeah.
You can watch our video feed online at 1059thebrew.com, but we're going to talk to him in just a few minutes. Real quick, though, we want to give you this hour's keyword again for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Karen.
Yes.
$1,000 to help pay off some bills, or maybe you got into a wreck during this ice storm and put that towards the repairs.
Yep.
This hour's keyword is money. So log on to 1059thebrew.com right now. As soon as you get there, a box is going to pop up. Type in the keyword money, and then just keep an eye on your cell phone because we could call you back in minutes with the cash.
Yeah.
We are commercial free thanks to our friends over at Lazy Boy. It's Portland's Rock Station. 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, you got until 10 a.m. to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 from the Cash Karen. So here it is again. The keyword is money. Log on to 1059thebrew.com right now. Enter the keyword money to win some money.
Nice.
He's going to be at Bossa Nova Ballroom this weekend. Comedian Craig Gass is in studio. What's up, Craig?
What's happening, sir?
And we'll talk to him right after Nirvana. It's Tanner, Drew, and Lauren. on The Brew.
Yay!
He's going to be at Bossa Nova Ballroom this weekend. He's heard on the Howard Stern Show. He's doing stand-up all over the place. What do you got? You got like a Netflix special coming out?
No, I got 2 comedy specials that are coming out this year. The first one is just making fun of Kiss. The whole show is making fun of Kiss.
Please welcome to the show, Craig Gass. What's up, Craig?
Not much, man.
Your Gene Simmons impression is dead on. It is very dead on. When I've spoken to Gene Simmons a couple of times, and I've also spoken to you as Gene Simmons, and I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, it's pretty spot on.
I started doing the impression of him on the Howard Stern Show, where I thought it would be funny to interrupt all the music guests as Gene Simmons and try to sell them crappy Kiss products.
So how would that work?
We'd have some. I remember one time we had Suzanne Summers in, and
this is K-Rock days.
Yeah, K-Rock days.
Rest in peace, by the way. Susan.
Yeah,
she was the greatest.
Well, it's interesting because the story was she told this whole story about how she was getting ahead of everything and how she was beating cancer, and it was a really serious conversation. And I waited for a moment to go,
"This is amazing. By the way, Suzanne, this is Gene Simmons from Kiss, and I want you to know that your story has touched me so much that we would like to offer you a Kiss lunch pail for $49.95. Go to kissonline.com and click on my codpiece.
He's very shameless. When Gene Simmons was on Conan kept trying to ask him serious questions, but he goes, "Oh, hold on, Conan," and he brought out a Kiss coffin.
Yes,
because remember they were selling Kiss coffins.
Yes,
those are a steal. They're a great deal.
Would you ever want to be buried in a Kiss coffin? Because I can make that happen, Craig.
It's interesting because everybody that works with Kiss, including Paul Stanley, that works with Gene, would come out and tell me personal stories about him. Like, dude, you should tell him the story. And the stories are horrifying. Like, there was one guy who used to work with Kiss, and he was in the studio recording an album with another band, and he said, "Hey, the guy who owns this recording studio is a huge fan of yours. Can I put him on the phone?" And I said, "Of course." And the guy goes, "Dude, I love your impressions. Big fan, especially your Gene Simmons impression, because Gene was the first guy to ever screw me over in this business, and I thought you'd appreciate the story. Gene came in producing an album for a new artist. Did I tell you the story?
I don't think so.
He came in at the last minute. Gene wanted to switch over to my largest recording facility for the same amount of money, and when he showed up, he said, "Did you get my message? I want to use Studio A."
Of course he does.
And I said, I did. I actually called you back. I don't know if you got my message, but someone is using that studio. I asked them if they would switch, and they said no. And he goes,
"Do they know that Gene Simmons from Kiss is here?"
Because I believe he's like baffled that there's somebody out there that isn't a Kiss fan. Like in his head, everybody's a Kiss fan. Everyone loves Kiss.
Absolutely.
He's the biggest thing, undeniably.
He can't believe that somebody can't be into the band.
100%. And the guy from the studio just says, "Look, I'm not going to ask them again. You can ask them if you want, but I'm not going to go and ask them again." He goes,
"All right, where's Studio A?"
And he goes, "It's all the way down the hall. It's the last door on the right." Gene Simmons goes walking down the hallway, opens up the door to Studio A, looks inside, and sees the Wu-Tang Clan recording an album.
Oh, my God.
Amazing.
Slowly closes the door, comes back up to the front, and goes,
"Right, where's Studio B?"
He never even opened his mouth to the Wu-Tang Clan. The other story was a guy who works with Kiss that said, "I've been working with Kiss on and off for 20 years. He's a guitar tech." And he said, "Dude, the craziest thing, before he got married 15 years ago, Gene was an animal. And he hooked up with Miss America while we were on tour. It was the reigning Miss America of that year. Gene hooked up with her. The next night,
he slept with thousands of women.
Thousands of women. And the next night, after hooking up with Miss America, he hooks up with this girl that he said she just looked like a prostitute. She was so skanky that even the guys in the road crew were like, "Dude, did you see that?" The next night, they have a day off in a town that's so small that the band and the crew are staying in the same hotel. And this guy's telling me from his point of view, he goes, "Dude, I was in the bar in the lobby of the hotel. And I just happened to turn around as Gene Simmons is walking through the lobby, and he's dragging this enormous girl with him through the lobby, gets in the elevator, pushes the button to his floor, and then he sees me. We make eye contact, and he folds his arms in the elevator and goes, 'Oh, yeah.'" And then the doors close.
Gene Simmons does not discriminate. You know,
The next day at soundcheck, the guy walks up to Gene and goes, Gene, did you hook up with that girl last night? And he goes, of course.
Of course.
And he goes, didn't you hook up with Miss America the other night? And he goes, Steve, listen to me, okay? You can't have filet mignon every night. Sometimes you gotta go to McDonald's. It's the worst love advice that one man could give.
But you can't get to those numbers if you're discriminating.
Exactly,
You
right.
know, like thousands only happen when you open the floodgates.
Because some of those, not everyone's going to be a gold home run, right? Some's going to be
Do you know
pretty brutal.
It's my Kiss impressions that, in a roundabout way, led to me opening for Metallica. I was doing shows in St. Louis, I guess it was a little over 15 years ago. Our former midday guy at K-Rock in New York was now doing afternoons in St. Louis, and he said, "When you get
Was that Crazy Cabbie?
It was Woody.
Woody. Oh, Woody's in LA now.
Yeah, Woody's in LA. And Woody goes, hey, man, when you get to St. Louis, you can just hang out the whole show. And I go, all right, cool. So I get into town, I got my rental car, and I'm driving over to the radio station to hang out with him. And he's got Lars Ulrich on the phone live from his house in San Francisco. And Woody knows this is a big deal. So he keeps the interview going without playing any music, without playing any commercials, and with no delay. And every fourth or fifth word.
Mark, even you're on a delay. I don't trust anybody.
Yeah,
truly.
I don't trust anybody.
Every fourth or fifth word out of Lars's mouth is a doozy.
I bet.
And I can't
Because he doesn't care.
Yeah, it's shocking because
Yeah.
you don't hear that on the radio.
Right.
And then I get to the building. He's still on the phone. I'm at receptionist. He's still on the phone. She walks me back. I walked in the studio. And I looked at him. And I go, dude, do you want me to come on? And he goes, I can't get rid of him. I don't know how to get. And then we hatched a plan on how to get rid of Lars Ulrich while Lars was talking to St. Louis. And then my buddy goes, hold on. He goes, grab this microphone over here. Hey, Lars, I know. That is amazing. Yes. I'm going to say, Lars, I'm going to cut you off for 1 second. For those of you listening to the broadcast right now, we have Lars Ulrich on the phone from his house in San Francisco. And Lars, we have some special guests that want to say hello. And I was like, no, and he's waving me to the microphone. I go, no. And he goes, he's Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons from Kiss are in the studio. And apparently they're mad at you and they have a bone to pick with you. And he goes, what? Is that really Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons? Yeah, guys, say hi. Hey, Lars, this is Paul Stanley. And this is Gene Simmons from Kiss. And I'm going to get right to the point, Lars. A lot of people steal from Kiss. You know it, I know it. But on the new Metallica record, Saint Anger, I think you've gone a little too far. I'll give you a perfect example. I want you to name one song on the new album that you think is completely original. And he goes, I mean, I think all the songs are pretty original. And I said, right. But if you had to name one song, what would it be? And he said, if I had to pick one song, I guess it would be. And he gave me a song title, and I said, that's a great song, Lars. But I liked it a lot better the first time I heard it, when it was called Beth. And he said, how do you hear Beth in the middle of a Metallica song? And he started arguing with a fake Paul Stanley and a fake Gene Simmons. And then my buddy goes, hey, guys, let me just break you up for 1 second. Hey, Lars, next door to our radio station, we have a talk radio show it's a talk radio station every Friday. They have a music critic that comes in to promote new movies that are coming out, new releases. And they have real movie stars that come in to promote the movies. And they actually have Christopher Walken in the studio. He wanted to say hello. Do you mind if he says hi?
So they're throwing all these voices at him, right?
Is that really Christopher Walken? It is, Lars. I love Metallica because I love cocaine. I love cocaine. And he's talking to a fake Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, a fake Christopher Walken. At some point, I was filling Samo for some reason. And then he goes, hey, Sam Kinison just walked in. Hey, Lars, I don't know if you remember this, but
Jesus,
you and I used to do cocaine back in the 80s until you stole my coke. Oh!
That's a pretty good Kinison. Because I heard when you were in here the other day, you were telling us that one of the ways you learned how to do voices is because you grew up with your family who was deaf.
Yes, my mom, my dad, and my sister.
And so that's how you learned. So explain that, because we have to take a break here in a second, but explain that.
My mom was born completely deaf, birth defect. My dad was born with all of his hearing, and then he lost it when he was a kid. He got into an accident that popped out his eardrums, so he had to go to deaf schools for the rest of his life. And they had my sister first, and my sister was born with my mom's genes, completely deaf, and then I was born with my dad's genes with all my hearing, so I'm the only one in my family.
Interesting. And so you're probably excellent at sign language then.
I'm decent at sign language. I tend to spell most things out.
And so because you didn't, so how does that turn into you being able to do voices though? If you,
I couldn't learn how to talk for my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV.
Interesting.
And I copied all the voices I heard on TV. Yeah.
So you'd watch Chips and then you'd go do a punch and you're in the bathroom or whatever.
Yeah, whoever.
Can you do a punch? I don't even know how he sounds actually.
My punch sounds like Tracy Morgan.
Hey everybody, this is Punch. It's time to pull over, baby. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's a good punch, yeah.
By the way,
Spot on.
Lars Ulrich, one of the most insensitive things I've ever heard when I opened for Metallica down the road from that prank phone call. Lars walks me into this dressing room where the other three members are at. And he goes, "Hey, man, this is Craig. This is the guy who does all the voices. And check it out. His whole family is retarded." I go, "They're not retarded? They're deaf,
say
dude.
that.
What the hell?"
You can't say that.
You can't say that.
Yeah, dude. I was like, dude, you are messing my story
deaf,
up.
dude.
You are messing my
so
story up.
jerk. Come on.
Yeah. By the way,
Jesus.
it was slightly more offensive to that. If you come out to the Bossa Nova, I'll give you the direct quote at Bossa Nova this weekend. But
So Bossa Nova Ballroom tomorrow and Saturday?
no, just Saturday.
Just Saturday night.
2 shows on Saturday.
Ooh, double
Okay.
dipper.
2 shows. So go to the Bossa Nova website or go to getgas.com.
That's right. Getgas.com. It's a great
Get
website
gas.
name.
Get gas.
Get gas with 2 S's.com. If you're a fan of any of the shows I've been on, Family Guy, King of Queens,
Yeah,
Sex
dude.
and the City.
You're a very talented man. Very happy to have you in town and in the studio. Craig Gass, everybody. GetGas.com is the website. He's going to join us on the Donkey Show podcast today, so make sure you listen to that at 1059thebrew.com. All right, our Donkey Show podcast is going to start here in a few minutes at 1059thebrew.com, and you'll be able to hear comedian Craig Gass with us, who's been in studio sharing a bunch of cool radio stories with us. Horrifying stories. And hilarious stories.
And funny, sure.
And so we'll share some of these with you with you in the podcast. I want to talk to you, Craig, on the podcast about, we learned that you figured out how you could do voices because you grew up with your family who was deaf. I would love to know, like, where does it come from? Is it your voices come from the diaphragm? Is it your throat muscles that make these sounds? I want to know about the process of figuring out how you can do a good Sam Kinison.
Absolutely. There's a strategy to do it, and I have like a strategy to work on every voice. And
I would love that.
We could talk about that.
Yeah, I want to hear about that in the podcast. So that's
absolutely
coming up in a few minutes, and we'll hear some more great stories from Craig. Also online at 1059thebrew.com is our dog of the week. It's actually the same dog as last week because he hasn't been adopted yet.
Well, it's been a really weird week weather-wise. I think you just kind of got to lean in and get this guy home.
And the Oregon Humane Society lost power. That probably has a lot to do with it.
You put everything on. You go into survival mode at that point.
Yeah. Go check Cedar out at 1059thebrew.com and see if he is perfect for you.
His eyes
and your
will
family.
Pierce your soul.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
He really is a beautiful dog. You can also see there's a montage of tons of videos of trees falling in Portland, people falling on their ass in Portland.
People falling. Man, I was so close to getting a video yesterday looking out my window.
Yeah.
There was a dude just...
Craig Gass, you were walking around Portland yesterday in this ice. Did you fall on your ass?
Can I just point out...
Well, you're from the East Coast, so
Can I just point out, she's saying that I saw a guy falling on his ass, and she was like, oh my God, I almost got the video of it. Like,
I didn't. Missed opportunity.
I feel like a jerk when I do that, and so I don't. Like in public, I don't pull my phone out.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have been able to see.
But Laura's heartless and doesn't care.
I'm not any better. I'm definitely the same person and looking to get the phone out.
You want the phone, yeah.
Dude, I saw footage of the Buffalo Bills, what do they call them, Bills Mafia?
Yeah.
There's that video of the guy.
Juggalos, basically.
This guy standing on top of a Volkswagen van, and he's got a Bills flag on as like a cape. And the video just opens up with the crowd going, jump, jump,
jump.
I
think I've seen this. Yeah,
there's a picnic table, and he's going to jump. And this is a heavy-set guy.
Yeah.
He's clearly never done this because when he jumps off the van, he keeps his legs straight. And he thinks that keeping his legs straight, he'll just go crack and then and stand on his feet.
No.
Both his legs snap backwards.
Whoa.
And it's like a basketball free throw where everyone's like, yeah.
Oh God.
And from the crowd emerges one person. The guy's got two broken legs. And from the crowd emerges this one person that goes, and he takes out his phone and goes, and then walks away. He took the phone.
We'll try to find that video and put it up on the website too.
It's brutal.
At 1059thebrew.com.
Missing tables, setting tables on fire, then catching on fire. They really go hard.
That's dedication, honestly.
There's one video I saw though. This guy's pickup truck. It was like a Ford F-150 or something. It was like a big truck.
Yeah.
In his driveway, it was so icy it just slid out of the driveway and into the street.
Yeah, that was a big truck to be just moving.
You can see all the tree falling videos, and like we said, tons of people falling. There's just so much footage. I had to stop at some point because I kept finding great videos, and I go, I have to stop as I'll be here all night.
And then the algorithm grabbed it, and I was in just tree free fall forever.
Yeah. Oh, the algorithms got me. I got nothing but puppy and kitten videos. And all my,
hey, there are worse things.
All my social media just.
Do you ever try to change your algorithm? You're like, I'm seeing too many cop videos or too many videos of people like
sovereign
what
citizens.
I hate, the people who try to like go and do an audit, and so they're like antagonizing people at a business with their camera, and then. Sometimes I'll just get nothing but those videos, or
everyone's yelling at the post office.
I have to start liking other videos to get my algorithm to change.
Yeah. I'm too weak. Every time I open up, I'm just like, oh, what is this? Like,
I
walk right into
You're the guy who will watch part 2 and 3.
Absolutely, man.
Part 3 is what nails you. Yeah. It's like, oh, now the algorithm's got all puppies all night, baby.
All right, before we go, Fat Thor's on the phone again. Hey, Fat Thor.
Fat Thor's Day.
What's up, bro?
Woo, happy Fat Thursday. Is it Thursday? I haven't left my house in 5 days.
Yeah, dude, you sound terrible right now.
Have you been drunk the whole time, or just like part of it, or?
Well, what is time really when you're drinking?
Yeah,
it's funny. Last week he was on a diet, and this week he has abandoned all nutrition facts for the rest of time.
Yeah.
That's not true. I've still been having salads. It's just been less of them and having more liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, liquid diet.
He's probably that guy who puts tons of dressing on it too.
Yeah,
at that point, you might as well just have
ranch,
a burger.
Ranch doesn't have fat in it.
What is this? Is this ranch soup?
Well, Fat Thor,
I wish,
the
you
weather
know.
is supposed to
He
get
goes,
bad
"I
again
wish."
today. We're supposed to get more freezing rain, apparently, within an hour or two
Apparently.
of right now.
Well, I was going to leave the house for the first time and go to breakfast at the bar. You know, I hurt my wrist really bad on Saturday.
How'd you do that?
Got drunk and fell.
Oh, all those autographs I was signing at Comic-Con, I ran out of ink out of my Sharpie.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Wrist hurts, little carpal tunnel action. But hey, no, I am leaving tonight. I'm inviting you guys. If you want to go, we're going to get really weird. We're going to the micro wrestling, the most low-flying adventure you'll ever see in your life.
Low-flying
Are you talking about, like, is this small person wrestling?
Yeah, I didn't want to use the other words. I didn't know if it
Right,
was
yeah,
like...
because that's an offensive word.
That's not
yeah.
PC. You can't
I
be
think they
saying
like
that.
little person or small
Even though
person.
they called their own league that when we had them on last time. I'm
Right.
not going to say
correct.
it, but they were calling themselves.
Oh, did you say it's micro wrestling?
This is so much nicer.
Micro wrestling, yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully they get the Micro Machines guy to like do the sideline announcement.
Speed intros.
That'd be
The
badass.
announcing.
Yeah.
You better get some good pictures out there.
All right, we'll have fun at Micro Wrestling tonight. I wish I would have known because I would have loved to have those guys in the studio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have loved that too.
Yeah.
That'd have been great.
Well, next time.
We had a guy. Didn't we have?
come in? He's got micro penis. It's different.
Okay, that works.
It's
That'll
a
work.
similar situation, yeah.
All right, Fat Thor. We'll talk to you, brother.
Woo! Happy Fat Thursday!
His voice is
He's all,
shot.
did you just see me out with a micro penis? We did.
All right, we're going to do the Donkey Show podcast coming up next. Craig Gass is going to be with us, so check that out online at around 10:30.
Bossa Nova Ballroom.
That's right.
Saturday night. Big comedy show.
2 shows. GetGas.com is the website. GetGas.com. You got all the info.
Get gas with 2 S's.com. If you don't like the show, I'll let you punch the opener in the face.
Thank you very much. Your next chance at $1,000 in cash is coming up right after Lincoln Park. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.